And we're live!
Yay.
Hey everyone!
Hi.
I just want to say it's good to be live again, but then I think in the last 24 hours, I've been live for 8 hours already, so... but it's great to be live with 2 new friends, and that's really, really awesome. I am trying to do these sprints every Sunday evening now at this exact time, and I'm trying to have rotating new hosts. So because we are going to have co-hosts that probably don't even know each other, why don't we start introducing ourselves? Do you want to start?
I don't know. Do we have all the same order? Like the same picture order? Okay, yeah. You never know. Sometimes it messes up in Zoom. You're like, what are they talking to? It's like, I better ask. Hi, I'm Sunny. I have done YouTube. I need to plug this in before my computer dies. I love it. I have done YouTube in 2017. I think 2018. I did start 2018, and I've been on and off again, and I want to get back on. It has been some struggles, but I'm back. Let's see for how long.
And what are you reading today?
I don't know. I have Cyber Trips by Murray Grossoff, which is the sequel to Neon Hearts, not Neon Birds. Neon Birds, it's a German science fiction about a electronic virus that affects the people, makes them into it makes them into zombies, and people try and kill the zombies, but at the same time are trying to survive. And the other option is Cinder by Marissa Meyer, which I don't think I will have to explain because I think most people in the booktube community will know this book. But yeah, those are the options.
I don't know what to read yet. Okay, well, so everybody
can pick. And hi, Evie. Yeah. I saw a comment.
Help her decide what to read. Mo, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey, I'm Mo. I don't know what more to say about myself, but I'll tell you what I'm reading. I'm now reading The Fates Divide, which is the second or the last book in Carve the Mark series. I've got about 20 minutes left in the book. It says I'm reading it on my Kindle actually, because I found that reading it on my Kindle was a bit quicker. I don't know if it's just because you get through the pages faster or what, but I wanted to get through. I just want to finish it now. It's one of those books that I just want to get it over and done with. It's not been too bad actually, but it's had more bits that I got bored in rather than bits that I was interested in. So yeah, I'm hopefully finishing that one, and then I'll decide what I'm going to read next.
Sounds good. I'm continuing Death Prefers Blondes. I'm super into it now. If you have been in one of the past 2-3 live shows that I've been in, I've been struggling to get into this, but now I'm completely in it, and I'm hoping to finish this tonight. I have this much left, so it's actually, I think, quite possible that I'm going to finish. So let's see, what are you guys reading tonight? Ashley is reading Harry Potter tonight. Okay.
Love Harry Potter. Which Harry Potter are you reading, Ashley?
Hi, Willow. Why is this going up? Hi, Najat. Good to see you again. Same. Is it Macy or is that pronounced differently?
Macy.
Hi. We have people joining. Hi, Veronique.
Hey.
Hi. Are you feeling better? Are you?
Oh yeah.
Been feeling that well, so hope you're feeling better. Seeing you on here, I hope you are. Ivy. Reading Throne of Glass. Nice. And we have people dissing each other already.
We've just started.
And yes, Sunny is on a live. She really wanted to be on a live. And got her wish. And if you really want to be on a live, you can absolutely reach out to me because, as I said, I want to have rotating hosts, and this way you can also get to know each other and maybe start your own lives, etc. Cinder is very good. I can confirm that. I've heard a lot of good things about the Mary Grasshoff series too, so I couldn't decide either.
The first one was really good. That's why, especially because I don't read a lot of German. I'm surprised at how much I like the first one. That I'm like right now, like I loved Renegades. So it's like I loved Renegades, but I tried Cinder before and had trouble getting into it. So I'm like, a German book or a book I tried before that I'm having problems with. It's both not easy.
I mean, maybe you should give Cinder another try, and a reading sprint could be a good point for doing this. I felt like after you get into and understand the world, Cinder is quite beautiful, and I really enjoyed the whole series, and I felt like it even got better as the series went along. So yeah, maybe give it another try. And yeah, I think
if I don't like it, I can still do Cybertrip.
I think Kit Kats can read if finds it weird that you're on the screen, Sunny, and not in the comments with her.
Because normally she's doing the lives and I'm in her comments with Evie being like chatting with her. Right now it's the other way around, which is why it's odd for her.
Yeah, so people are just coming for you.
I'm gonna go hide now. By the way, this is not like my pillow.
Reading The Titan's Curse, that's nice too. My comments are jumping a little today. I hope that I'm not missing any. Might be my internet being weird. People still being surprised. Reading The Well of Ascension, nice.
Oh, Brandon Sanderson one. Loads of people are reading Brandon Sanderson at the moment.
Yeah, well, because it's good.
I have a confession because I haven't read anything by him yet.
Same.
You have to. It's.
I know.
I mean, if you like fantasy, obviously, if you don't like fantasy, it might not be for you.
Yeah.
But I do enjoy it.
Is it complicated? It sounds complicated, like with lots of magic systems and things.
No, I think actually what I like about Sanderson is that it's not complicated.
Okay.
Because he explains, from my perspective, it's quite easy to get into the books and understand the magic systems because he has a nice way of easing you into the world and explaining it, and the world building is really nice. It depends on which one you start with. He has several different series. They all are playing in the same universe, but you don't necessarily see how it's connected, and you don't need to. It's just for like the fans to see the connections and geek out about the connections, but that's not needed. So there's bigger series, more epic series that might be a little bit more complex to get into, and then there's smaller series that are quite easy to get into, and that are a little bit more focused on less characters or of a less epic storyline. I would look into Mistborn or Elantris or Warbreaker.
I've had Mistborn recommended to me before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Planning to read The Red Room by Nikki French and a short story from Killing of the Sun. Any of you heard of The Red Room? Because I have not.
No.
Okay, then I'll have to look that up. Or Veronique, you have to tell us about it. Get it right. That's good. I feel relieved because I'm so terrified because I always pronounce names so wrong. I'm so bad at that.
Not as bad as Kit Kats can read. I like the one where she butchered everything.
Oh dear. Willow, I'm guessing from the way you phrased it that you haven't read it yet. What is keeping you from reading it? Because it is really good. Love The Well of Ascension. Hope you're enjoying it as well. I hope I will too. I only read the first Mistborn. I think I'm going to read The Well of Ascension in April, I believe. I'm trying to follow the Readalong, which is the Sanderson Cosme read-along over this year, and I think the Well of Ascension is planned for April. I will never come on a live. I don't even want to look in the mirror. Oh, I don't think it would be that bad. But honestly, I mean, if it's not for you, it's not for you. Not everybody likes to feel watched, you know.
I mean, I have a pillow, so I am ready.
I'm reading Vega and the Fashion Disaster, Young Middle Grade series. That sounds intriguing. Just the title.
I love young middle grade stuff.
And I might pop into one of many series that I'm in the middle of. Okay, so what series are you in the middle of? And I need to look up Vega and the Fashion Disaster. Yeah.
Brandon Sanderson.
Yeah. Damn the co-death. I think we all feel that way. I started Brandon Sanderson with Elantris. It is not complicated at all, and I love the religious and political parallels. Yes, so one thing that I've heard from people is that they do not want to read Brandon Sanderson because he is a religious person, and they don't want to read a religious world. I have not read Elantris yet, but I feel like none of the other books, I feel like somebody is pushing Christianity on me. I feel like that he is playing with religion, but not necessarily with pushing one religion on me. I would love to hear your thoughts if you feel similarly, or if Elantris actually feels a little bit more religious, because I have not read Elantris yet. So, question, I believe, for Sunny, where's your cat?
She's in Germany with my parents. I'm not in Germany right now. Haven't been for a week.
I think Brandon Sanderson is quite easy to understand because he describes everything really slowly and starting small and extending it. Yes, I agree. It's very good if you have issues with getting into fantasy worlds. I never have issues getting into his. Hi, book nerd. Would you pronounce it memes? Me trying to pronounce names again, and then even like avatar names. The thing is that Elantris is a standalone, so I find it better to start with the author. Mistborn is a series. That is true, but you can absolutely read first Mistborn and then
see if it's for you
and continue. I remember you were gonna go. It's at the tip of the tongue, but I forgot. I think talking about where you wanted to go, right?
Yeah, Bosnia and Herzegovina.
I don't know why my comments are lagging this weirdly, but The Red Room is a thriller following a physiological consultant helping in a murder of a 17-year-old homeless girl. Ooh, okay.
Sounds interesting.
Another book that I have to look up. I hope that I'm actually going to read and not just look up books while we are in a reading sprint. Hi Jen, excited to join in today. I plan to finish the last 100 pages of my current book and do some lesson planning and clean and cooking. Go you for being all productive and getting done. But he doesn't push anything on you. I've never felt like that. Actually, he strongly criticized certain factions of the church. He's quite objective, more from a historical perspective. That's what I feel as well. So that's why I always had a big question mark from people being like, oh, I don't want to read him because I don't like to have religious stuff pushed on me. So I was always, I didn't understand that. But yeah, thanks for confirming that from Elantris. Anyone else going to participate in Becca's Bookclubs 48 hours thing? I don't know yet. I haven't participated in a lot of these things lately. I just didn't feel like it, but I might. I'll have to think about it. You guys?
I decided not to do like big readathons or anything while I'm here because I only really took like 3 books with me in my Kindle, and then I have some books that I can borrow from a friend, and then some books he doesn't want to have anymore, so I can take those. But it does mean I have a limited amount of books, and I don't want to buy too many here. So it's better to just do my TBR game for the month, and then only read that and whatever I can add on to that one as well.
Uh-huh.
And then whatever script has.
Makes sense. But it's on the list for March. Nice. I'm in the middle of the Lorien Legacy's Shades of Magic, The Heroes of Olympus. Also, I'm not sure. I really like the Star Darlings, Vega and the Fashion Disasters, but I bought it a long time ago. Okay, so I won't look that up. Thank you. I was getting concerned about my PR. It was clearly made for a US-based children. What does that mean? Why? Like, what themes are in there that are clearly made for US-based children? Hi, good that you're here. Yeah, we're going to go get to reading in a minute. And Jen, I think I love you right now because my understanding of cleaning as well. By cleaning, I mean starting all the robot vacuums. Yes, that is it. Hi, Joe.
Hey.
Hi.
And Jen is participating in the Bookclubs 48 hours. Yes. I think you should finish it, Rebecca, right? I think
I
you
wonder
were.
how long she'll be on it. Is it another puppy war?
No, she only had, what was it, like between 50 and 100 pages left this morning, right? Planning to read Elantris in March. Everybody reading Elantris, nice. Saying hi. It is about people who live in another planet who like on wish energy. So they come to this planet to grant wishes and accumulate the energy, but so far they only have been to what seem like US. Okay. Okay. Sounds like a confusing setup, but probably it makes sense once you read it.
Yeah.
All right. I do have to say the Red Room is not my favorite Nikki French, but they are a go-to author for thrillers. That's good to know. So how are you guys feeling about starting our first sprint? We were thinking 30 minutes, right? And guys, let me know in the chat if you would prefer 30 or 45 minutes. We've been discussing which one we want to prefer. After this morning, I had about 110 pages left. Now I have about 70. Not another puppy war, yes. So you're going to finish that tonight. So yeah, we're going to start a 30-minute sprint. And then let us know in the comments if you prefer 30 or 45 for the next ones. And I'll say happy reading.
Cool.
Welcome back. How have you been doing?
24 pages. I think it's done.
Good.
I finished The Fates Divide, and I've started a new book, Seven Wonders, and I've read 20 pages of that. So yeah.
I don't think I've heard of Seven Wonders. What is it about? Do you know?
It's literally just been published, I think, last month. It's by two independent authors, May Gaynor and Charlie Todd. And it's about it's kind of coming of age, so it's about this boy who's just finished his I don't know what they're called in other countries, but we call them A levels here, and he's just finished college and he's about to start university, but he gets rejected. And this girl who's going to university, and I think their paths are going to cross. I'm a bit wary again of the romance, but I think there's not going to be that much in here. But yeah, I love coming of age stories and that sort of uncertain time, and you don't know where the story's going to go. So yeah, I think it touches on quite a few sensitive topics. So yeah.
Good. Yeah, I read 33 pages and it's getting so exciting and interesting, and I was shocked for a couple of times, and this is so good right now. And, I do need to finish this tonight because I need to know how this ends.
Wow.
People are okay with longer sprints. I think the overall consensus is that 30 minutes is a good sprinting time. Hi, Amber.
Hey.
Here. The Book Dreams Alley read 23 pages. Really good. Hi, Anna. Macy read 22 pages. Amber, Anna, what are you reading? I don't think I've seen it yet. Veronique, I read 34 pages of Red Doom, slowly progressing further into the case. So you mentioned that it's not your favorite, but you are enjoying it, I hope. So Jen, how do you like Cinder? Cece and I, Buddy, read that a couple of years ago. I think we read all the way through winter. Yes, we did. We read the whole thing.
So far, I'm liking it. I'm on chapter 2, I think, and it's like a pandemic, basically, with a plague. I'm like, this is the perfect time. I mean, Cybertros would have been the same thing. I feel like there's not a good time to read something with a sickness or plague or pandemic, unless you're in a pandemic yourself. Because then you understand the behavior, you understand their actions because you're actually in the situation yourself.
True. So, do you feel like you're getting into it better this time around?
Yeah, I do think it helped that I read Murder on the Orient Express before that, because it was much of a different genre, because it's adult mystery and now it's back to young adult fantasy. Maybe I read too much young adult fantasy around the same time, so I was kind of like, more, it's science fiction, but I read too much of the general genre around the same time, so it was kind of hard to get into it, because sometimes you try to then compare it to other books in a similar age group or genre that you have already read.
And I kept in the beginning, I think I kept calling it fantasy as well because it's fairy tale retellings, and in my mind that automatically somehow associated with fantasy. And I feel like in the first book the science fiction aspect is not that strong. I mean, yes, she has like a robotic.
Yeah, she's a cyborg.
Correct. Yeah. I feel like in the later books, the sci-fi aspect and the science bit becomes a little bit more present. And I've got 20 pages. That's also really good. Hi, Christina. Hey, guys. I love when you all do these sprints. I actually spent some of the sprints on writing papers for school. That's really good and really
That's good.
productive. You all inspire me with using these sprints to do uni work and learn and write. And I feel like ugh, I should do some learning on one of those sprints for once. But then I look at my books and it's a hard no. I just got here, so I didn't start reading yet, but I need to finally finish Gemini. Yeah. How much do you have left? So is it realistic to finish it tonight? Donna Mom's book collection. I read 15 pages in These Violent Delights. Are you enjoying it? I hear a lot of people do. It wasn't necessarily my cup of tea, but that's not because the book isn't good. I think objectively the book felt quite good. Just wasn't really what I needed at that point. So I feel not fair giving my opinion on a book that I wasn't feeling. Have you either of you read These Violent Delights?
I've heard about it, but I've not read
I
it.
own it, but that's as far as it gets. So far, and my parents like can't really read it.
That's fine.
In 5 months.
Amber, I'm reading a few things for the tail end of the last sprint. I worked on Fablewood, edited by William Ward, a fantasy short story comic anthology. That is a mouthful. A fantasy short story comic anthology. I think I've
Wow.
never heard this put together. So is it
No, me neither.
comic anthology based on short stories?
Or
How
maybe
am
it's an anthology with short stories of the
That's
fantasy
a comic.
Because anthologies always have different books in it, so maybe I don't know.
Amber, you're making us think here.
Not sure if it's supposed to be that confusing.
So what genre are you reading? Fantasy short story comic anthology. Yeah. I'm enjoying it, but don't like the characters that much. It's a female in a man world and the misogyny. Yeah, I get that.
You read something similar, didn't you, CC, with Eve of Man? Was that was a girl in a man's world?
A whole other story. I think.
Yeah, we're not going into that, are we?
I mean, I did post a rant DNF review for this book. It was that, like, I had too much footage of me talking about why I DNF'd this book, put it into my wrap up. So I decided to do it separately. And then Ilva, who I was buddy reading this, even called me out that I missed some things that I was ranting to her about. So we buddy read this and we kept ranting about it back and forth. And then, yeah, even missing some things in my rant review. I should have structured it and put down my thoughts, but no, I just turned on the camera like, I need to talk. I really liked Cinder. I love Cinderella retellings. Yeah. Sometimes I'm really in the mood for retelling, sometimes I'm not, but I really like when the retelling is taken into such a different setting. Do you guys like retellings? What's your favorite?
I love
have
retellings.
way too many retellings this year. Several Alice in Wonderland retellings with I read the Red Queen trilogy. It's not a trilogy, I think it has several books.
Red
But
Queen.
Red Queen, a lot of wonder the come here reading journal. I do think it's Blood of Wonderland and then other books. It's by Colleen Oakes. But I do think it's called Queen of Hearts, I think is what it's called.
Queen of Hearts.
So I read those, and then I read about the Hetzer, which is also an Alice in Wonderland retelling. And then I read a couple of Oz retellings. I read the Dorothy Must Die books, but I didn't read the last one because it's not on script. So that's devastating because I have to wait for like a month for it to come on script. So I was like, I'm kidding you. This ending is not fulfilling at all. And you don't even have the next one. Like, how is this possible? It was on there. It was on there, and then suddenly it wasn't anymore. It's like, it's coming in March. It's like, are you kidding me?
That means that your quota for that publisher or genre is up. That's all. Like script is really weird about like this. I I really enjoy script, but I hate that they don't tell you. Like when I use a service, I want to know when I'm using something up so I can kind of plan out my reading. And with script, they're pretty much just vaguely saying that they're limiting your listening sometimes in some areas. And what it
Yeah.
looks like is that they usually go by publisher or genre type or something. And when you have reached a certain amount of books that you've listened to, they will just cut you off until your subscription renews. But if I knew I could only read one more book in that genre or from that publisher, I would pick potentially differently and not start another series or, you know. So that kind of sucks that they don't disclose it. I really don't like that about script.
But for me, it's like, luckily, it's not that bad if I don't have to read one book after the other. Like, if I'm like having to take a break in between the book, it's not. It's fine for me. Like, I've
Yeah.
taken ages between books.
I mean, yeah, it's fine for me too, but I still think it's unfair that I can't plan it. If I know on script that I only have one book left, or that I have 6 hours left, or that I only have two books from this publisher left, I could plan it out and I could prioritize. This way, it's just all of a sudden, oh, whoopsie, you're not getting any more. And I don't like that when I'm paying for an unlimited service, you know.
It's much better than Audible, though. I do prefer script over Audible.
It depends. I
You
think
actually get your money's worth if you listen to a lot of audiobooks. You get your money's worth more with script than with Audible.
well, unless you get cut off.
But I got cut off with that series, but I can still listen to A Court of Thorns and Roses, Shadow Me, and many other books. It's not like I can't listen to anything anymore.
No, that's true. I mean, if you listen to a lot, then it's definitely worth it. If you only listen to a little bit, like a book a month, then Audible does become worth it. And then you have these extra things on Audible, like these extra, like I don't know, when they give you discounts and stuff. Anna says about 150 pages left on Gemini, so I might finish it today, but I have to go to bed kind of soon. Have an early dentist appointment in the morning. I don't even want to think about dentist. You, but 150 pages in Gemini is not that much, right? It's pretty quick because of the different kinds of media. Donna Mom's book collection says, I like it so far, but trying to get into the politics has been a bit difficult as it is the Chinese politics, and I'm not aware of some of it. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I didn't feel like it was that politics heavy, but there's all these different groups of, like the cultural groups coming together, and knowing how they are playing together is kind of different. Yeah. So like you have, I think, the Russians, and then I don't even know if the US was in there, but yeah. Willow, I'm going to read some Death Before Blondes. Yes. Yes, do that. Let me know what you think. I'm really enjoying it right now. I like Gemini. I've been wanting to get to Obsidio soon. Yeah, I've been wanting to get to Gemini. Have you guys read the trilogy?
I've only read the first one.
No. What's Gemini about? Because I keep hearing it.
It's the second after Illuminae.
Oh, Illuminate. Okay. That's all you need to say.
Like Loretta by Tanzania Glover. I don't think I've heard about it, so another book that I have to look up during the next sprint. The Back Begins, featuring 13 complete fantasy stories, but the stories are panel-based art, a text like any comic. Okay, I think I'm getting it now, but yeah, I needed that explanation. I'm about to buddy read a book that looks like an Alice in Wonderland retelling of sorts. It's The Hole by Hiroko Oyamada, a very short Japanese novel. I feel like I've heard of it, but I don't think I have. And you also end up keeping the book in Audible. That is true. You end up keeping the book. If you want to listen to a book, then it's worth getting it on Audible. That's true. But I don't know. I don't listen to many books again. There's maybe, but not a lot.
only Harry Potter, so that's I have those on script on Audible, and others that I still got with credits, but otherwise I don't use Audible anymore. I got myself into getting 2 more because I skipped, and then I had 1, and then I was like, okay, I want to cancel, and they're like, here, take 2 credits. I was like, okay, give me those 2 credits, I'm gonna stay. And then I took those 2 credits, and then I left anyway.
I mean, they do these kind of offers a lot, so that's how it gets quite affordable, I think. Illuminate Files is one of my favorite series. Really love the unique concept. Yeah, I agree. It's really unique, and that's what I loved about it as well. I think the storyline was pretty standard YA sci-fi. It was good, but it was not that good. But the concept was so creative. You can also return the audiobook in Audible if you don't like it. That is true.
I tried. I had like, I think 3 German ones that I was never able to return. I think because I had them for too long, and then I said you can return them, and then I had them for like 2 years.
Okay, well that's
interesting, but I never was able to because I didn't know you could return them, and I didn't really read German by the time. But I was like, okay, let's take them because they were offering them.
I mean, but honestly, if you keep something for 2 years and you try to return it, I think it's absolutely fair that they say no.
I mean, I never tried. I just saw that it wasn't able to, so I was like, okay, that's it. I'm gonna keep them. Never gonna listen to them, so it's kind of sad, but didn't know about the returning. So
yeah, I mean, you can return it, and as Mara says in Audible, if you leave like 1 minute of your Audible book, you can return it and get a credit. That is true. Although I do have to caution because it is in the end you're using something where the author then doesn't get paid for it. So if you really honestly don't like it, or you haven't listened to it, absolutely return it. But if I enjoyed it, I wouldn't return it because I do feel like the author should get the payment for listening to it.
I have a question. So I don't really listen to audiobooks, but if you leave a minute of your book out, isn't that like ripping the last page of the book out? You wouldn't know what happened.
I think in most audiobooks you have some credits at the end. So you just have to be very careful not to hit those credits because I listen on right now I listen on I think 2.6 speed. That those credits are over fast. And then oftentimes I also read the physical book while I'm reading the audiobook, so I could still read the last page physically only. Yeah, but I would not stop a story and just so I could return for a credit and not read the last page. No. They give you a time limit of like 2 months or something, not 2 years. Yeah, 2 years.
I didn't mean that. I didn't know it was the returning part until like 2 years later. So if anyone's ever interested in listening to German audiobooks, I have some.
Well, they're still on your account, so it doesn't help us in any way, shape, or form. So
I don't have any more credits.
The Wayward Children by Sean McGuire are really neat at the retelling. Is that a retelling? I didn't feel like that was a retelling.
Because there are kind of based on like Alice in Wonderland, Chronicles of Narnia kind of situations where kids end up in a different world. Maybe that
just
kind
a portal fantasy. It's not a retelling of a story. It's just a portal fantasy, right? It's just
but it could still be based off of, and like maybe the idea could have come off of like Alice in Wonderland.
I don't see any parallels to Alice in Wonderland, though. I mean, yes, it's a portal story, but I don't see the Alice in Wonderland parallels.
That would be the only way how I would be able to explain the retelling.
Well, let's know what the retelling might be, or are you considering it a retelling of Alice in Wonderland because it is a portal fantasy? I mean, that's fair if that's what you think. That's absolutely fair. It's the only explanation that Sunny has.
Or Chronicles of Narnia works too.
Yeah.
Because that one does it as well.
Because it's a portal fantasy too, yeah. I mean,
It's
I
not
did
new,
like the
basically.
concept, and I yet have to watch the video that Rebecca just posted, where she just posted a video how she did not like the first one at all, and I am so excited to see that video because I really enjoyed it, and I do enjoy hearing people
Yeah.
either talk good about a book that I didn't like, but I don't like that as much because I'm like, no, you don't see
Yeah.
all that's wrong with it, but I do like when people criticize a book that I liked, so I
Yeah.
just reconsider my opinions if I maybe have not seen something or yeah. I've returned an audiobook after finishing it on Audible. Hmm. Have you? So you didn't leave a minute. Audible is 1 year.
I was
That's
close enough with my 2 years then.
when I about it, that's kind of crazy customer friendly when you think about it.
Yeah.
You could purchase an audiobook, keep it for a year, listen to it, and still return it and get your money back, like your full money back. That's
Maybe it's 1 year if you have never listened to it, but if you have listened to it, it's short. I can imagine that, because sometimes you get something, but you notice that you never pick it up, and then you're like,
Yeah.
okay, I want to return it.
well, I have returned a couple, but I have only returned them when I haven't listened to them. So, for example, I've purchased the new book by Obama on Audible
Yeah.
because I knew that this is one that I wanted to listen to very slowly and that I might want to re-listen to. And then once I purchased it, I was like, oh, I didn't purchase it in the original language. I purchased it in German, so I
I
purchased the
hate
English
that.
one, and then I returned the German one. So this is the only way I'm returning books. Yeah.
I hate that. Like, that's where Audible is kind of not too clear in languages, because you're like, okay, yeah, that looks good, and then it's like, thank you for purchasing this book in Chinese. You're like, that's not what I meant to do.
To be fair, half of the title was in German. I should have seen it.
But I think NetGalley is even worse with that. Like, NetGalley is really bad with like sequels. I feel like they hardly put it in the
Oh, yeah.
title if it's a
That's
sequel.
cool.
And if you
Yeah.
just go based on the cover, like if you see something on the cover and you don't want to, because I'm a cover, but I don't look at the back of the books. Like, hardly do it. I mostly go by cover.
Yeah.
I don't see anything. I'm like, okay, I want this, and then I get it, and then I notice this kind of reads like
Yeah.
a sequel. And then I go back and check. It says, yes, this is the second part. And I'm like, are you kidding me? It happened twice. I think even 3 times.
Yeah. No, you're right. I do look up if it's a sequel now before I request a book on NetGalley. The beginning of the
And
first way would
German.
something like we have stories like Alice in Narnia where children go through doors to other worlds, but what about when they come back? Yeah, that's true. I just thought that it's just referring to, hey, we are in a genre. I didn't think that this was considered a retelling. I have learned something today. Should we go into another sprint? Because I'm eager to
Yeah.
see what happens in my book. And I'm eager for Sunny to get into Cinder as well.
It's funny because I have a picture of a hand on my bookmark, so it's like kind of fits with the book.
Yeah, just the wrong limb.
I think she does have a cyborg hand as well, which I think she covers up with a glove.
Oh, I don't remember.
I
You
think
might be
she's
right. You can probably tell us soon.
I think I remember being that the right hand was covered, that she covered her right hand, make sure that the plating wasn't shown. So I think it was partly plated, but not like a full plated arm, not like the leg.
All right. Happy reading, everyone. And we're back. How did you guys
Hey.
do?
I'm page 43.
Oh, I'm on page 43 too.
That's
You locked that
amazing.
in.
So do you feel like you're in the story now, Sunny?
Yeah. It does sometimes take longer, and I think it doesn't help that I don't have images in my head. Like when I read, I just read the text. I don't see pictures in my head, so I think that's why it takes me longer to read. And some people don't understand it. I'm trying to write a book, and someone told me that I'm lying and that I do need imagination to be a writer, and that I'm stealing pictures because I'm using Pinterest for inspiration. So it doesn't. Not everyone understands that not everyone sees pictures in their head, and like I can't even hear voices in my head. All I hear is my own voice. I don't smell anything. I can't like touch. Like I only feel touches that I'm actually touching. And so yeah, not everyone understands that, and
But you still enjoy reading and the reading process, don't you? So
yeah, and it's still like I still feel like I'm in a different world even without actually seeing it in my head. I can still escape from this world without having pictures in my head.
Yeah, because you can still absorb the story, right? You don't need to see the story to understand the story.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It doesn't make it hard for representation. I do not most times miss the representations. I don't notice if someone's like black, or like if someone is supposed to be black or something, because I don't picture the characters. And like in movies, everyone's like, I wouldn't picture that character like that. I'm like, give me the movie so I can have pictures of characters. Like I need that. I don't mind movies. Like movie adaptations are good for me. For pictures.
Well, I can relate to that. I'm not as extreme as you, but I also like, for me, characters that I imagine don't have a face. They don't have. They might have only very distinctive features that are described over and over and over, so that you can't overlook them. But for example, I don't see skin color in my imagination unless it's being repeated over and over and over. Because I don't also see a face. I don't also see a hair or hair color. So it's very hard for people who have a very vivid and picturing imagination to think what that would look like when you don't see that in your head. But I'm not as extreme as you, but I totally think that you can write stories. I think that it's probably going to be hard, a lot harder for you, because you need to write a story that also explains the world enough for those people who are imagining very colorful images for them to get the image. And I think that's really hard to do.
I can describe stuff, but if it actually, like, because I don't have pictures, I can describe a kitchen with white countertops and I don't know, marble and everything, but there's nothing in my head picture-wise. I only see words, basically. It's like I see a description, but there's no picture, so I can still describe things, and I try to describe as good as I can, but because I don't see pictures, it can happen that I describe too much. Because I don't see anything. So I do need description for me personally. Not for images, but for an understanding of where we are. And because I don't see images, I do need sometimes to over-describe. So I do need an editor for that one later. And emotions are the worst, because I don't feel emotions unless I have the emotions at the moment. And that's the worst. Because, like, having to write someone that, I don't know, broke their leg when I never broke my leg in the first place, and I don't know how that feels like, and then I'm not at that point in the moment, it's like super hard, because then like I'm in pain, but that's all I can do because I know it's painful, but I won't know how to explain that feeling.
I mean, honestly, with this base situation that you have, picking writing as a hobby is probably the biggest challenge that you could pick.
And then I do like the most complex story ideas ever. He's like, why? Can't I just do a cutesy contemporary? No, it has to be a science fiction fantasy book with 2 different worlds and beauty, and everyone can face it. It's like, why?
Mo, do you see the images very colorful and very like detailed in your
I
head?
I find this really interesting, this topic actually. Usually I am quite I can see vivid imagery, but it does depend on the book, I think, more than on me. And if there's a lot of description as well, sometimes I'll tend to just skip or glance through it if there's too much description, because I think I'm just like, I know what the scene is like, the scene is set. I just want to get to the point where there's dialogue or something's happening. But yeah, usually I think it depends on the writing rather than on me, because sometimes there will be a lot of imagery and other times there won't be.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm eager to hear about everybody else and how vivid their images is. Let's go through some comments. Audible is 1 year if you listen or not. If you listen to it, return it after having it for 11 months and 29 days. Use the credit for a new book. You can keep that book for a year.
God.
Yeah. And I think it's very it's over friendly, I think. Because I think at the back end it's the authors and the publishers who are probably getting the short end of the stick. Veronique had to leave. She's probably long gone because that has been at the beginning of the last sprint. But V is back. It is right.
Easy.
I'm assuming that means that Leo is reading the Twilight Saga series. Nice. Okay. I have very mixed feelings about the Twilight Saga series. I have read some of it, couldn't get into it because I'm not a romance person. And then I've heard all the critical voices about it. And I said, oh, yeah, that makes total sense. But because it's not my own voice, I never saw that. And I'm like, okay, I'll shut up and listen and learn and not read it because it's romance anyways.
I didn't like it. I read the first book. I had to force myself to write through it, and it's one of the only parts where I say the movies are better than the books.
Oh.
But for me, I think it's in general Stephanie Meyer. I had the same thing with The Host from her, where it took me half of the book to get into the book. Because it just took so much time for action to actually start. Like, for me, it was boring. I read it, like, Twilight first time I read when I was, I think, 14, when it was in the hype. I had to force myself to read the book in German. It was the only book I brought with me to France, doing like an exchange, like a week language camp kind of thing. It was the only book that I brought with me because I was like, then I don't have any book. I really didn't want to read that book, but I forced myself because I don't like DNFing. And then I tried the audiobook in English. It wasn't any better. Just nothing happened. Maybe the others are better, but the first one, nothing happens for me.
Yeah. So, but basically, you didn't like it because of the writing style and the storyline. But did you notice the problematic problematic representation of indigenous people, etc.? Because I'm not from the culture that is close to being in contact with that, so I totally didn't see it, and it was very eye-opening for me to read about it.
Because I also have no real like connection. I don't have friends that are indigenous, especially like American indigenous. I don't have any like friends that are in there, so it's a bit difficult. Like I can read comments about it, but I can't really form an opinion on it. Like you said, because it's not my voice. However, I do think J.K. Rowling got a lot of hate, and I do think that it's kind of shameful how Stephanie Meyer got no hate whatsoever. Like, Joanne K. Rowling basically got cancelled for saying transphobic stuff, which I agree on being cancelled, but I think cancel culture is dangerous because someone gets cancelled for one thing, but someone else doesn't. Like, Stephanie Meyer never got cancelled for being very bad representation of indigenous people because the indigenous community isn't as big as the LGBT community. They aren't able to cancel someone because there's not enough people to speak up on it. Not enough. The book community and indigenous people aren't big enough, and it's not like trans people are. The trans community isn't as big either, but they have the whole LGBTQ plus community behind their backs. So that's one thing that I find like a bit difficult with the cancel culture, that some authors I think would also deserve it, but they don't get it because what they did isn't in a sort as forgot the word offensive, because the community that is offended by it isn't as big.
Okay, interesting thoughts. I haven't followed everything, but I think honestly that there's potentially also a big difference about how loud your own voice is as an author and how much you're voicing your opinion on social media. And I think with J.K. Rowling, she was really out there, and
Yeah.
I didn't see that from Stephanie Meyer. Maybe if Stephanie Meyer would have done that, she would
She's
have
still got a
experienced
new book out. Like everything, like Twilight was done, and then she randomly got out a new book with Edward's View, where the representation of indigenous people has not changed. She wasn't like, wait, this representation isn't good, let me change it. She took the exact same representation.
No, I'm not saying she has changed. I'm just saying that I haven't, but then again, I haven't followed her, but I haven't seen her tweet a lot of hateful things, and potentially that is just what triggered the people seeing the harmful in with a bigger audience that led to it. I don't know. Let's get through some more comments. The Book Dreamer's Alley, I read 18 pages this time because I stopped to make coffee. Well, coffee is important, so I hope that you're able to get through more next. I only got through 30 pages, had to do some chores in between, but if the next sprint is soon, I'll stay for one more. Let's try and try and do that soon then. Think using pictures as inspiration is fine, though I haven't ever heard of not being able to imagine it, though I'm not always great at hearing voices. Amber, I think you can. There's actually a test that you can take with I think there's an instruction about picturing an apple on a table, and according to that test, you can see how far you are on the vivid image range. So it definitely is a thing that people are from picturing every detail to actually seeing nothing visually in front of them.
I'd love to do that test.
I need to do that
I want to see where I am.
Yeah, I don't know how to find it, but I just know that there was a test that I found once. I also don't usually see a character's face. It's more of a general vibe. Yes, I think it's more like a vibe, a feeling that I have. I agree. Picture-wise, I can see almost everything. Faces, all a little blurry. Also, I can't really hear voices that well, but I do hear sound effects. I can feel though. Yeah, I feel too. I hear sound effects. That's just interesting. I'm not sure if I've heard that, but that's amazing to think to have sound effects in your head. It's awesome.
I wish that would be so cool.
All right, should we dive into another one so that Anna can get some more pages done before she has to go to sleep?
Yeah, I might go to an audiobook though, so I can do some journaling.
All right, so and happy reading, everyone. And welcome back. Oh, is that my audio?
Yeah.
Hello. I think
Why does it sound so weird? It might be mine. I think it's mine. I think it's gone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to be gone.
I think it's mine. I think it's me.
Mm-mm.
It was all your microphones was off, only mine was on, and it was still there. So it must be me, because it's still there. I can still hear it.
If you think it's yours, try going, leaving and coming back in. I think it's all the sounds. Mo, try say something.
hello.
No, it's still there. What the fuck?
My
I'm back. It's still there.
Yeah, it's not you.
is it me?
Maybe one by one, like everyone have their microphones off and only one have it on and see where it comes from, maybe?
Is it gone now? I was hoping that I found it, but
I think it might be Mo, actually.
Mo,
Because
do you want to try
I think
going
it's
out?
right when his microphone is on. We lost him. My Wi-Fi did block me out for a second, so maybe that kind of started it.
I thought it was probably the ringing of the alarm that I didn't completely turn off, but you can hear me okay now, yes?
Yeah. Sounds fine.
Hello.
Yeah,
Yes.
I hear you wonderfully. It's all good.
Maybe it was mine then.
Yeah. I think I was kicked out and I entered back in, and then the sound with the ringing, maybe something came all together that was too much for it to handle, maybe.
Oh my god.
It's not a live stream until something happens wrong, right?
Yeah.
That was in English.
Oh, well, now we're awake, I guess. So how did everybody do?
I listened to Akotar. I'm like, I think 19% into that now. Right? Yeah. According to my spreadsheet.
I read another 20 pages. So I'm on page 70 now.
Good, good. I'm trying to see if I can somehow turn off the sound from the wonderful clock, but it seems like I can't. So I'm looking for a different timer.
Is it a website? Are you using Chrome? Because you can click on the tab with the right click and then mute the sides, so it does not have any sound at all. Maybe that helps.
Yeah, let me see what I can find out once we chat a little. Okay, so I'm where were we?
It's
So
fun for everyone.
I don't know what was my is it my so this and that was even before we were
it was fuzzy. The video was fuzzy. It was their Wi-Fi though.
Yeah. I'm glad that you're here, Steph. Listening to the Four Winds. I'll skip over the scary. Oh shit! What's this? Oh God, Jen, I'm so sorry.
It was funny though.
Poor dog. Okay, but Jen loved obviously her dog freaking out. Oh, I sounded normal. Okay.
Yeah, you think it was Mo, maybe?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mo. Nothing against you. It's not personal.
Where was my microphone device? Can you still hear me? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going back to the. I think it's gone back to the laptop audio. I was using an external microphone because during the last sprints I had the problem that I needed to lean really like close to the laptop so I could be heard. I was like, I don't want to sit like this the whole time.
Why not? That's so like it's a nice view.
Well, but it's uncomfortable.
Nah, I don't believe you.
So Anna got through about 50 pages of Gemini in this sprint, only 75 pages left of the book, but really need to go to sleep now. That's so hard though. If you're that far through a book and you need to sleep, I think I couldn't do that. The mystery of the horror ghost who lived in someone's microphone. Yeah. Who knows where the ghost is now? It might be in my microphone speaker thingy now, which is unplugged. So let's see what my colleagues say when I plug it in for the next meeting. And the ghost gets unleashed. Glad you found it entertaining, Christina. We were freaking out to see how to fix it because we didn't want to scare you all off. You're probably gone by now, Anna. It was nice that you joined. I always enjoy having you around. Well, you sound normal now. Najat, 22 pages, nice. We got some stuff read. It was a great laugh. I needed the laugh. Well, there we go. We deliver. We cater to all your needs.
We meant to do that.
Yeah.
I'm missing 50 pages from my daily goal on the Well of Ascension. So what you're saying is you need 2 more sprints. I'm hearing that correctly, right? Me just trying to set up the timer again. If I didn't have this appointment in the morning that I'm terrified of, I would stay awake and read, but I need to try to sleep by. I get you. I'm going to be thinking of you tomorrow. I do not like going to the dentist either at all. I usually heal very slowly when it comes to teeth, and a lot of shit goes wrong when it's about my teeth. So I'm very scared of what happens. So I get you. We're gonna think of you. I was falling asleep before the whole microphone thing. Yeah, I'm awake right now.
I
Yeah,
think we're
that
all
was
awake
our
now.
goal.
Yeah.
That is what we wanted.
It was all planned.
Yeah. Everybody's wishing good luck.
Yes.
So, Mo, I haven't heard much about the book that you're reading yet. So tell us a little bit about how it is.
It's good so far, but I'm 70 pages in, and it's not really, not a lot has happened. It's still kind of setting the scene. So I can read the back, which is basically there's a girl who she's determined to make loads of memories as possible before she goes to uni, and the guy has just been rejected from uni, but they're both going on a road trip with their kind of group of friends, and it says that it's a summer road trip full of fun and adventure and lots of distractions. I think there's gonna be oh, by the way, there's this, let me show you this. At the start of the book, there's this content warnings. I don't know if you can see that.
Well, that's cool.
I don't really see that in books a lot.
Yeah.
But I think it's quite cool. It's not really, because I was discussing it with someone else earlier, and they were saying that it might be a bit spoilery, but I don't really find it to be spoilery.
If the content warning spoils the book, then it's not a good book, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
It depends.
It says minor suggestions of domestic abuse, implied homophobia, and the discussion of anxiety disorders. I don't really find that to be spoilery.
I think that trigger warnings can be spoilery depending on what the trigger warning exactly says. But then again, I do believe that it is more important that we start including them. And if I am not concerned about trigger warnings, and I'm concerned about spoiling, then I can just skip them. But if I'm concerned about trigger warnings, then I have them available. I mean, I do know so many people who are actively looking up trigger warnings before picking up a book, so it would be really neat if it was provided. Then again, I do feel a little bit indifferent about trigger warnings because I'm not in the psychology sector at all, but from my understanding, most of the time, things that triggered when you had a trauma, and most things that might trigger you are very random things that might be very personal to your traumatic experience. So I don't know how you could include all those random things that potentially somebody could get triggered by into trigger warnings. So I feel a little bit
putting in at least the biggest ones, being like, okay, there is child abuse in there, or like child loss, which I think is something that triggers a lot of people. Also miscarriage and pregnancy itself is something that's often triggering, and just putting that in, yes, at some point it does spoil the book if it's a big part of the book, but for those people it's better to know it and to go into the book knowing it's going to happen, or just say it has that in the book, I'm not going to pick up the book, rather than reading it and then ending up in
absolutely agreed.
Slump. I don't have triggers, but okay, I do not like pictures of zombies and clowns, but that's You don't really find those pictures in books. And I don't have visionaries. That helps. I can read zombie books without any problems.
No, but I see what you're saying, and I agree that you can pick the biggest ones. I'm usually not concerned about trigger warnings for myself. I do have a few things that might trigger me when it comes to eating disorders, but I have no problem reading it and working through it. So I'm at a stage in my mental health journey where a trigger might not let me spiral. For people who are in a different stage in their mental health journey, it could be really damaging, right? So Amber's heading out. It has been an unexpectedly stressful weekend, so I'm struggling to focus on reading. Well, I hope that our little technical difficulty did not add to that. We're going to have a good night. I hope you're going to have a good night too.
Bye.
Wishing Amber goodbye. I always have to look up the trigger warnings. Yeah. I'd rather be spoiled than triggered. I agree. I think for somebody who is struggling with it, it's very personal and difficult. That sounds like somebody speaking from experience, which is good to hear that from somebody with experience. I have this all the time. I'm 100 pages in, and then I gotta stop reading it because I get triggered. Yeah. No, I get that, and I felt extremely about Poppy Wars. I'm not squeamish. As I said, I don't have a lot of things that trigger me, but Poppy Wars was a book where it was like, okay, this needs to come with trigger warnings. It's really good. I loved it, and I think that it was very impactful and powerful and good, but it needed to come with trigger warnings. And yeah, maybe the trigger warnings could have spoiled it a little bit, but in this case, I felt like it came a little bit unexpectedly to be that much and that level. So yeah, I think Jill was reading the book through several lives, right? And some people told her, when you get to that chapter, maybe you don't want to read that on a live. So she stopped before that chapter, and I think she read it off a camera. Yeah.
I mean, there are websites for trigger warnings, but they're not fully, like, not every book is in there because people have to add them. And that makes it difficult because every author is like, these content and trigger warnings are in my books. So those reading the books have to be careful with it. And I personally, I don't really notice it. So I don't notice if something might be a bit problematic. And so I, for example, wouldn't be able to add onto the website, but I try to still give it to others, being like, if you notice something that might be triggering to someone, give it. Like, I can notice the big obvious one, like fat shaming, homophobia, transphobia. I can notice those, but I would not be able to notice small indications of something because I just have a different style of reading. I don't read as critically as other people. I cannot just read for the fun of it and not in a critical way, and that's why I personally have problems noticing trigger warnings.
I mean, it's something where I do want to read more diversely. I do want to read more with open eyes, so to speak, seeing things more that don't just relate to me. And like, I'm not the center of the universe, so maybe try to branch out of my little world a little.
Well, we're not? I thought we are. Damn it. You break my heart.
Well, sorry to burst your bubble. No, but honestly, I think over the past year, I really see my journey about how I now notice things that I wouldn't have noticed a year ago. And I just hope that I'm going to continue to be on that journey to notice things that I am learning. So it's really interesting because you start seeing things everywhere in your life all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I always try to ask someone who has read a book and ask 100 questions about it, because only one word as a trigger warning isn't enough to know if I can handle it. Yeah, and that's kind of what I meant. It's like and also the author wouldn't know what you're triggered by. And then also, if I would talk to you about a book and you ask me 100 questions, honestly, depending on the book, I might not remember every single word in it, and I might give you a bad recommendation because you ask me, does this appear in the book? And I'm like, no, it doesn't. And then it does. I would feel so bad. I had that in a discussion in a Zoom meeting book club last night, where I was like, yeah, but that was never mentioned in the book, and somebody was, hold on, yes, it was. I was like, oh, I know it was never mentioned. So,
Oopsies.
yeah.
That guy now.
Yeah, but that makes it really complicated, you know.
That's true. But Evie, if you ever want to know about a book that you think I might have read or that you see that I've read, ask me. I can try and figure out whether it's in there. I would prefer you asking me and me trying to rack my brain if it's in there, rather than you reading it and then being triggered by it.
Yeah, it's always a risk, but that's the thing I have to consider if I want to take the risk. Yeah. It's totally fair, and you probably get a good understanding of which type of book leans towards the trigger or the topics or the words that trigger you and which ones don't. So it probably comes with experience as well. So how are you all doing with your books? I think I need I would need 3 more sprints at this rate to get through my book.
Yeah, I would need maybe 20.
Same.
Same. Good.
I don't think we're going to do 20 sprints.
It would be funny though. Mo, you want to continue afterwards?
I think the problem, but I was just thinking that the problem might be that 20 sprints is too long for the basic StreamYard subscription that is free because it's limited to 20 hours. But Rhiannon just said yesterday that apparently they don't stop you at while you're broadcasting. So let's be here for a week.
Continue doing it. Like if you've overpassed it and then you end the live stream, you can't make a new one. Maybe that's
right. Yeah,
because it's kind of difficult to be like, okay, passed, bye. Now,
yeah, but this
cut off in the middle of the sentence. So kind of
yeah, but this way I can really abuse it and only have like 5 minutes left, and then go on a 24-hour live.
You start at the end of the beginning of the month and have it like the whole month. Never go off.
Can you imagine streaming for a whole month?
Wow. I don't think my laptop would handle it.
Like cover the laptop and
honestly, I think after a couple of days you probably get used to the camera. You probably set it up somewhere. It's like separate from where you do your work, and you probably get used to like
Big Brother.
Yeah.
The diary room.
It reminds me of this TV show, One Tree Hill, where one of the characters had like a 24/7 broadcasting website, and then she had like a webcam, and she was broadcasting everything. And she's a cheerleader, and her best friend's like the captain of the cheerleader. So it's like showing a bum and like lifting up the skirt and the bag. It's like, you're supposed to be 17-year-olds, right? But it's all fun and games because it's just a TV show. It's a good TV show though, but it's older, so that kind of explains why it's kind of the portrayal is not up to date. Because nobody would do that anyway. And nowadays, I think.
Do you think so?
Well,
especially at 17. Honestly, I have done a lot of stupid stuff at 17.
I think now with vlogging, I don't think anyone would have a 24/7 broadcast, because with vlogging you can actually prepare yourself and make yourself look pretty and then only show the good parts.
Oh, innocent little Sonny.
Well, with a 24/7 broadcast,
they exist.
well, you wouldn't always look pretty.
But they exist.
Yeah, I think they do exist.
They exist. And they usually like voyeuristic sites where you pay for camera access and stuff. Like you have free camera in the living room, and then you pay if you want to look in the bathroom and that kind of stuff. They exist and they're gross.
Ew.
And that's a different kind of podcast. That's not the kind of podcast.
I don't know. I mean, 90% is just living, and people going into the broadcast just spying on people. I mean, it's just voyeurism, right? I don't know. So back to trigger warnings. I would never blame someone if I asked about it, and I do get triggered, of course. Well, that's fair. It still sucks if you think that you're good. I might go to sleep in the next sprint, though. I have to wake up in 4 hours. Oh my gosh! Yes, go to sleep. I mean, we're sorry to miss you. Let the stream, keep the stream running. Fall asleep, and
yeah.
I try to silence the alarm. We're not going to be robots again, I promise.
I do have to be honest. I first thought that I have an exam tomorrow. I was like, okay, so this live stream goes until like 1 a.m. My exam is at 10 a.m. Okay, that definitely means like 8 hours of sleep. I can do this. And my mom was like, isn't the exam like on Tuesday? I was like, oh yeah, even better.
Yeah.
So Christina's asking what I have been up to. So I think you're referring to me knowing about the broadcasts. And that is pretty simple, that sometimes you get pop-up ads. Before I had ad blockers everywhere. And I did have something like this pop up as an ad. And I was like, what is this? Because it looked like 4 cameras in living rooms, and you could pick your like family that you wanted to look into. And it looked super confusing, and yeah, I totally forgot about it, but just now when you mentioned it, I remembered it, and it's such a weird memory, and I hope that I forget it again tomorrow. Yeah. So I have never really watched one, but I have seen them pop up in an advertising thing, and it was very clear that, hey, if you want to have access to all the cameras, you have to pay for like a subscription or something. I haven't looked any further into it, but it creeped me out enough to remember it. Okay, so want to do another sprint then?
Yeah.
I'm eager to continue my book because it's really, really good, and shit is happening.
I'm going back to there.
All right. Then happy reading. And we're back.
Hey.
Hey.
So,
No monster this
37
time.
pages. No monsters, no robots. Yeah, 37 pages. I have on my, so the audiobook says I have 36 minutes and 56 seconds left if I listen to it at the same speed, which when it comes to like the last pages, I might have to stop at one point to see like what happened here, you know, then I can't continue to read at that speed. But yeah, I need to read another 36 pages, 36 minutes soon. How are you guys doing?
I'm on page 63. However, I did have to take a break at the end of chapter 5 because it was a bit too much. And yeah, I'm gonna continue now.
In what way was it too much emotionally for you or the world?
The sister part.
Oh,
I don't want to spoil
so
anything.
so emotionally,
Yeah.
it wasn't too complex or something. Yeah.
No. Now this book made me cry.
Tough.
That hardly happens, surprisingly. I cry a lot, but books never make me cry.
Well, I hope that this is a sign that that's a good one then.
Oh, it's already getting 5 stars. 5 stars either means it made me super emotional, or that I'm planning on rereading it. So
Yeah,
it's no
that
way
makes sense.
a bad book if it made me emotional. Unless it's so bad that I'm starting to cry, but any of those books.
Yeah, no, I can totally relate. I feel like even if objectively a book is almost perfect, if it doesn't get me emotionally, it cannot be a 5-star. Like it needs to have this additional something to become a 5-er.
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
it's either that or I know that I'm gonna.
I think we're losing you.
Yeah, it's frozen on mine.
Okay. I think I was gone.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a bit better.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi is a bit glitchy. But basically, if I know that I'm gonna reread again, I know it's worth it, so I give it 5 stars. Because I know like you will pick it up again, which doesn't happen a lot. So I give very rarely 5 stars. Well, I give even rarely 1 and 2 stars, so that's good. I mostly give 4 and 3 stars, so that's a good thing.
What was your guys' last 5-star read?
Saga Volume 1, which I read last month. Was my first 5-star this year.
Nice.
My last 5-star, I think, was Strange the Dreamer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I tend to rate low rather than high. It takes, if I only rate 4 or 5, like 5 if it was really good. And I think there was that other connection, something more than just the book. I think when I'm reading as well, it depends on my kind of where I am in life, if that makes sense. And sort of my environment, and like the other day I was rereading something, and I felt it was just not as good as the first time. But I think the first time I read it, I was also I'd connected it to something else that was going on, so that's why it was a 5-star.
Yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think I read 2 really good books back to back, and one was a 4-star and one was a 5-star, simply because one made me cry and the other didn't, but objectively they were the same level. And I think the one that made me cry is because I was able to relate on an emotional level to something right now. So I totally get what you're saying. I think I already rated 5 books 5-star this year, but then I have also already read 32 books this year, so put that into relation a little
Probably
bit.
about right. Yeah.
Yeah, only 15, so.
Yeah. My last one was The Long Way to a Small and Angry Planet. I adored that book. What
I was
else?
umming and ahhing about that one, but I think I will pick it up now.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, it was really good. And then the a Sanderson short story, which I counted as a book, and The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo was a 5-star, and another Sanderson. I don't know what the other one was. Oh, The Living is Easy was a 5-star for me as well. I do think The Living is Easy. Most people that I've read this with didn't like it at all, but it hits the perfect spot for me. In The Living is Easy, we're following a narcissistic character. So the main character is completely narcissistic and manipulative, and people are like, oh, I don't like this character, so I don't like the book. And I'm like, I like that we have like an evil character. Like we have this, we don't have an evil character who turned evil because somebody broke their heart and now they're evil and want to kill everybody.
Yeah.
No, it's just somebody manipulating everybody around them. And it's from a perspective of a black woman, but fairly light skinned in that area. So she feels like she's in between both areas. And it's in the 1920s Boston. And she's manipulating her family and everything around. And I loved it so much. There was so much around it. And then I heard that the dad in the story, so the husband, was based on the author's father. So there's speculation because the author has a very bad relationship with their mother, that potentially the book is also based on their mother. And that just blew my mind. Just imagine you're a child being raised by a completely narcissistic mother, and you're working through your trauma, which potentially, if you have a narcissistic mother, you probably have trauma, by writing a book out of her perspective. It's just so yeah, Najat has left us, dozing off. The Book Dreamer's Alley read 32 pages, no idea how. Well, you probably just turned the pages one after the other, and it was really good. And all of a sudden,
Yeah.
32 pages gone. And my last 5-star read was The Final Empire. Yes. I mean, I have read 3 Sanderson this year, and 2 were 5 stars. So my favorite book of the year so far is The Night Circus. Ooh,
I want to
okay.
check that out.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I haven't read it yet.
Who's the author? I study psychology and would be interesting to see if the character fills the profile. I would love to hear your feedback, because so far it's just speculation and stuff that we talked about on the live. The author is Dorothy West. Actually, I think I have it already up on my last wrap-up. I think the book is already included in my last wrap-up. And the narcissistic part is, I don't know if it's confirmed anywhere, but it was very clear from everybody who was talking on the live show on the Zoom. We had a Zoom book club meeting talking about it, and most people did not like the book. And most people were like, yeah, unlikable character. I could not stand her. I wanted to throw the book through the room because she was so bad. I mean, she destroyed her family. In a way, and it's she's a bad person through and through, and I loved it. I love her for it. That blows my mind. My mom is narcissistic, and I don't know if I could write from her perspective. Thank you for that, for posting that. I think it blew my mind too. I mean, again, it's not confirmed, but if the husband is based on the father and the author has a really bad relationship with their mother, and the way that the daughter is portrayed in the book, it feels very logical that this must be the case, but it's just speculation. I don't know this. But yeah, probably trigger warnings for you then for this book. I don't know. But Cleo, the main character of that book, is really, really bless you. Yes, that book sounds very interesting about the narcissistic character. Q, and the title is "The Living Is Easy" by Dorothy West. As I said, I'm pretty sure that I already uploaded my feedback in the last wrap up. So you should find it there. Yeah, and I would love to hear your thoughts. So if you end up reading it, please reach out to me to talk to me about it, because I loved it for the reasons that I just mentioned. And everybody on not everybody, but a lot of people on the Zoom call did not like it, because they just wrote it off as unlikable character. I mean, I'm putting words in their mouth now, which is not true, but the vibe that I was getting is that they couldn't relate to an unlikable character, and that puts them off a book, which I totally understand. And I'm the exact opposite. I love when you have an unlikable character. I love when you have a villain main character that is actually a villainized person, that is not that is actually a villain type person that has bad characteristics, and not just a villainized hero that is just a villain in disguise, which I feel like we have a lot in YA. Especially these villain backstories. That's why usually villain backstories, if it's a good villain backstory, I will love it. But most of them are, I am actually a really loving, nice person, but then this person broke my heart, or my parents have denied me my dream, and now I'm a villain. And it just doesn't feel like that's how it works. Yeah, please do. I would totally be interested in your thoughts. And if you have any book recommendations that go in a similar direction, please hit me up as well. I love to read books where we don't have a morally perfect hero main character. What about you guys?
Read Renegades.
I think you
have you read Renegades by Marissa Meyer?
I have, yes.
Would you consider her more of a what kind of, because she isn't always like, she wasn't giving something, but it's because she grew up that way from her uncle.
Well, would you consider her really a villain?
At the beginning, maybe more of a morally grey character, maybe. Depending on the perspective, she would be a villain from the perspective of the Renegades.
Have you read Renegades, Mo?
No.
Okay, so just making sure how to talk about this book, so we don't completely exclude you, but also don't spoil you, etc. So I think with Renegades, I really enjoyed Renegades. I think that it was not morally gray enough for me to be called a villain story, because in the end I felt like a lot of the motivation of the characters was not personal gain. It was not something that we would consider a negative trait. Most of the motivation wasn't selfish. It was more of a, to me, it feels more of a, we are called the villains, but in reality, we are rebels kind of story.
I mean, they are called the anarchists. So, yeah, but I feel like it depends on the perspective from the villain. So, like, in their eyes, they're not the villains. But I mean, like, in your eyes, you never are the villain. It's always in the eyes of someone else. But in the eyes of the renegades, they're actually the villains, because the renegades are actually wanting to rid of everyone that isn't renegade, basically. So I would say in their eyes, they are villains. because they're on the other side, right? It's like two sides against each other.
Yeah.
So for the anarchists, the renegades are the villains, and for the renegades, the anarchists are the villains.
Which I do feel like is a very real portrayal of how the world works. That nobody does consider themselves to be the bad guy, and that's what I really did enjoy about the book. But I also think that both sides had some villainous traits and some heroic traits. But I would not feel like the anarchists are driven by so much villainous traits that I would call them villains, or I would call that a villain story. I would call it a hero story where, out of each perspective, the other person is the villain, or like you said, the government rebel kind of dynamic. But I would not consider them the anarchists, the like real villains, like full on through villains who have villainous traits. Have you read the Count of Monte Cristo? No, I have not.
I've not read that either.
So far, I've often shied away from most older books, and I'm just trying to get into a little bit older books. I've shied away from a lot of them, I think, because the writing style often is something that I had to read in school, and it just turned me completely off that type of writing style. So I have trouble concentrating and reading that type of writing style, but I will definitely check that out again. I think that it's good. Well, if you confirm that this is such a good book, I guess I'll have to move that up and look into it.
I now can recommend Murder on the Orient Express, or any, like, I really enjoyed it. Oh no, wait, that's my I gave it 5 stars. Wait, did I give it 5 stars? I think I gave that 5 stars. Wait a second. Did I mess up my rating in this? I think I gave these 5 stars. Me totally. I think I only wrote 4 stars in here. I gave it 5 stars. My rating doesn't even work.
You're cutting out again.
It's perfect.
Okay.
It's the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I absolutely loved it. It's one of my all-time favorites. Well, if it's that good. I read it as a teen when I didn't even like reading it. I blew through it. Okay, that is a selling point. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's it, yeah.
The fact that nobody is totally good or bad. Yeah, I do love that. So it sounds like totally the right book for me. I do enjoy that a lot. You read it when you were 19. Okay, good. So I should be able to read it when I'm almost 40, right? No, that sounds really good. So what are you guys feeling? And by guys, I mean you in the chat as well as you two. Do you want to do one more sprint, or should we call it a night? What are you feeling?
I messed up. I gave it 4 stars, not 5 stars. Still a good book. I recommend it. We can do one more.
Yeah, I'm up for one more.
Yeah.
An adult classic. I'm 39. It's so nice to have somebody else who's 39 on this, like, in this community. One more sprint. So Christina called it one more sprint. Okay, let's do one more sprint then.
And now I feel young. Thank you very much.
All right. Happy reading, everyone.
Yay.
Welcome back, everyone.
Yay.
I feel like we're going to have some sound fun again.
Mario's microphone is off. Your microphone is off and you're talking. We can't hear you.
I'm back.
Oh. You're a robot again. Oh no. It does not want you to talk.
So rude.
So how have you done?
I'm on page 90 now.
Wow. You did read quite a bit on these sprints now, didn't you?
I feel like reading sprints help me focus on the reading part. Because if I just read, my mind can go somewhere else and be like, yeah, I'm just reading for fun right now. And it's a sprint, you actually want to get somewhere. So for some reason, the sprints really help me read more. I really want to do more sprints, especially being live. Then you have no other choice than actually read, because it's a bad sign if you don't actually read and you're in a live stream. So I need to do more live streams to actually be able to read more like on a daily basis. Because this is good. I read 90 pages.
Yeah.
All together, and I also listened to some audiobook. I listened to 53 minutes of an audiobook.
Oh, that's quite a lot, yeah.
Yeah, I listened to 1.8 speed because a Court of Thorns and Roses isn't too nice in 2-point speed, so I do 1.8. But because it's speed up, I listen to more than the sprint actually is. So 30-minute sprint means more listening than 30 minutes of an audiobook.
I know, but that's good. That's great progress. Yeah, I'm almost through with my book. I have, I think, 25 minutes left. I feel like I do need one more sprint to actually finish it now, because I feel like if I stop the sprint now, I'll probably get the past sprinting, okay, let's go make a cup of tea, etc., and that is going to be like 1-2 hours gone before I actually finish the book.
Yeah.
How did you do, Mo?
I think I read about 25 pages that time, but I'm the same. I'm about a quarter of the way through. But yeah, things are happening now, so
Good.
quite good.
Are you getting through this book quite good as well, right? I mean, I felt like
I am. Yeah, it's quite a quick read, this one.
Slower. Yeah.
Yeah, that was much slower, but that was a lot to take in as well. Whereas this is, I think I'm finding reading this is quite refreshing, because I read Carve the Mark and then The Fates Divide, which was obviously both the same series, and it's quite chunky books and quite very fantasy based, and you have to get your head around everything, whereas this is a bit more easy to read.
Yeah, I need to mix up what I read as well. I very rarely can read things back to back, and if I read things back to back, it's usually when I read other things on the side. So for example, I could read 2 books of the same series back to back as a buddy read, but then read completely other topics, read other genres at the same time on my own pace. So yeah, I totally need to mix it up to not start mixing up worlds. So if I would only read fantasy or only would read dystopian, I would start combining what I read, and that's really bad. I'd also agree to one more sprint. Yes. I guess we're going to be doing one more sprint so I could finish my book. Read 24 pages this time. Good. Yeah. You've read quite a lot today as well, haven't you? You should have made a lot of progress. I feel like we are quite productive this evening.
I checked. I have read 23% of the book. which is a good thing.
Yeah.
I read slow, so 23% isn't bad.
But it doesn't feel like you're reading that slow. It feels like the amount of pages that you always say after a sprint are completely average. Like, I feel like most people average out at roughly around 1 minute per page, depending on the book and on the world building. It might be slower or a little bit quicker. And I feel like you've been around that mark.
I don't know, maybe it's because when I see like reading vlogs, of course they speed it up, but even if they don't speed it up, it looks much faster reading. Also, then I'm like, yeah, I know, I still haven't turned the page. So I like the only thing I can do is look at how often I see people turning pages, which seems to be much more often than how often I turn the page.
Right. Yeah, I think reading vlogs, people speed up those videos like
I did
a lot. So I think that's not the best thing to measure your reading speed with against. It's like I would go crazy.
No, it's not. It's not directly that. It's also that, but also live sprints. Like sometimes you can, like especially those that are live, you can see them turn the page and then turn the page, and you're like, in the time you turned the page twice, I turned the page once.
Well, I have the feeling that the difference might be that you're looking at somebody else, waiting for them to turn the page to compare to you, while they're just reading. You don't read when you look at somebody else looking at when they're turning the page.
I try not. I don't know. Or maybe it's just
I know what you're saying.
Like, when I read, I don't actually look at when someone turns the page. But when I'm not reading, I look at people. So be like, yeah, I would still be on that page now. And you already turned the page. So maybe it's just the mind thing.
But it's not a competition. It's not a competition. If it's a competition, it's about how much you comprehend and not how quick you get through pages.
Right, I will also not be far in that one because I forget everything like 5 minutes after I read it.
Well, I mean, that's forgetting, but not comprehension. But if I speed read through a book, I could read maybe a page in 10 to 15 seconds, but I only comprehend maybe 10% of it. So I'd much rather comprehend 80-90% of it and be much slower.
Yeah. Because I don't imagine stuff, so I do have to read every word. And dyslexia and not being a native speaker does not make it easier. I just, I think I picked the lotto in this one. Like, I just have everything good. I can't visualize stuff. I can't feel stuff or touch stuff or hear stuff or smell stuff. I can't read. It's just all the good things in one.
Well, make the best of it, right?
I won in the lottery.
As I said, we're making the best of it, right? But Mo, I think you don't consider yourself a fast reader either, right?
Sorry, say that again.
You don't consider yourself a fast reader either, right? I think you've said
definitely not. Yeah, definitely not.
Melody's come to see me finish her favorite. Like she's been waiting for me to finish this. I think she's sitting with her. Have you seen her Tumblr? She got a Tumblr gifted that looks like this. She's probably sitting there. I don't know, Melanie, if you're presentable, but if you like, you can hop on video and come join us. If you feel presentable.
Join the last sprint.
Exactly, join the last sprint to witness me finish the book that you've been waiting for me to finish.
See a live reaction of you.
Well, there's a lot of live reactions of me. I think during this live where I was like, "Oh my gosh, is that really happening?" And all the fields this morning and now during the live. Melanie, the book pusher. Yeah, well, you pushed it on me a little bit. Yeah, I feel like you did. Yeah, let me just send you the link. You guys talk while I figure out sending her the link.
I think you could see my reaction when the whole part of her sister getting the plague. I think you could see my reaction in the live stream. I was just like, I need to pray. That was the part that made me cry. I mean, it's like right in the beginning, so I feel like that kind of spoiler isn't too bad. it's like in the beginning, so
Yeah.
and it kind of started the whole thing. But I was reading it. I was like, okay. That was my reaction to it. I was like, I need a break. And then everyone was still reading, so I was like, I can't take a break right now. I have to continue reading.
Well, if you need to take a break from the book, you do need to take a break, and that's absolutely fine. I have that too when something hits me emotionally. So that's absolutely fine. And sometimes you just pick up something else. Sometimes you just stop and breathe for a second. I think
just continue reading, see where it goes. Yeah, I do have some hints. So like, I messaged you being like, is my idea right now? Because I'm like, I'm getting so much vibes of another book that I had to message CC being like, am I right now?
Is it Heart of Iron, right?
Spoilers, so I'm fine with getting spoilers as long as I know about being spoiled.
Heart of Iron is a retelling as well, right? But it's
Anastasia retelling.
There she is.
Yay!
Yay.
You're looking fabulous.
Oh yes.
Thank you. I was gotta make sure I'm hiding things. Hold on. I was filming.
Zoom in on her.
Okay. I was filming, and I don't want to spoil anything that I was
Right.
filming.
Oh, did you film part of your TBR games already?
I did. I just finished filming my Have I Read It and my Cards Against My TBR. I haven't filmed my wheel yet. I still have to do that tonight.
Yeah, you're crazy. The amount of TBR games. It's like a lot of commitment.
My
I have
TBR
one and that's it.
before even doing my wheel, my TBR is ridiculous. So
Say hi. And Jen has 19 pages left in Aquar. Yeah, we're going to finish that book in the next sprint.
Next spring.
Definitely. Are you reading something, Melanie?
Yes.
Going.
I'm still working on 15 Minutes of Flame. I'm physically reading this, and I haven't read much of it at all. I'm only on page like 58, so I need to read that. I've also been listening to The Infinite Sea by Rick Yancey. It's the second book in the Fifth Wave series. I kind of put this aside for a while and was like just doing audiobooks because I've got a lot of stuff around my house that I have to do.
Yeah. Were you reading that on the last live, right?
I was well, at the very end, I picked it up because I was reading something else that I finished.
Percy Jackson, but I was going
to do this.
I know what you read. I went to bed sooner, but I know what you read, like partly. I'm not a stalker, I promise.
Yeah, I was listening to Rebel by Marie Lu.
Yeah.
And I started out with this one, but then I remembered that I was supposed to like do a buddy read of the Percy Jackson book, The Demigod Files. So I picked that up and I completely read it. And I think I also completely finished Rebel as well, maybe. And then I went back to picking this up.
Was it Rebel? Or I think it was a different one, but from the series.
Oh,
Was-
no, it was Champion.
Oh yeah,
And I was crying.
Yeah. Well, Sunny had her first crying on a live experience today as well, so we ticked that box off.
And only the beginning of the
amazing.
book.
I'm not worried about crying today. So I don't think there's anything sad. At least in the beginning of this, I don't think there's anything sad.
Well, I don't think that Sunny expected.
I didn't expect the beginning to be sad.
I like Cinder. I've read all of them except for Winter and Stars Above.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't read.
Read them all.
I have read.
What are you reading, Mo?
I'm reading Seven Wonders.
I don't know what that is, but it's cute. It's a cute
No,
cover.
it's just come out like last month or something. It's quite a British, like a British book, like British authors and British places. So I think it's one of those books.
Is it like a travel-y kind of book?
Yeah.
I like travel-y books. And I like bookish books. I'm reading a book about they find a skeleton of a Quaker girl in the wall of this old candle shop.
That sounds spooky.
Yeah, it was the Once Upon a Book Club Halloween box.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Melanie, you're not allowed to bring ghosts back to this life.
No.
Just
Oh.
saying.
We already had them twice. That's enough.
It goes twice.
Yeah. Like we have robot voices and trying to spook them away. We thought we had the ghost trapped in my external microphone, but then it came back. Yeah, you joined a fun live, as you can see.
It's always fun.
That's true. All right. I kind of want to finish, and I kind of feel like Melanie wants me to finish as well. So do we want to go into another sprint?
Yes.
Yeah. Though I would need some more to finish my books.
Yeah, that's. I don't expect it.
I would need some more.
All right.
Would be funny.
Well, then you would be super fast. All right. Happy reading.
Random.
Maybe.
What? Maybe.
Hello. Everybody was so immersed except for me and Cece. We were just watching y'all read.
Yes, and I started talking, saying we're back when my mic was still muted, so that was good.
Right.
So I only got to page 72 because I had to stop and go fix plates because we're about to have dinner. Oh, look at this pretty plate.
Oh, yum.
That's looking good. Now I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, same. I'm hungry as well now.
We're having cheddar and crispy potato crusted chicken with Tex-Mex ranch roasted vegetables. We got squash, poblano peppers, and onions, and yummy.
I'm probably gonna.
Sounds good.
I'm ready to eat.
Yeah, and I don't think that we're going to keep this long. Just checking in with everybody real quick. I think you all made quite a lot of progress today, right?
Yeah.
I am now at page 115. So yes, I
Nice.
started with page 90, like the last one, and now I just finished 115. Yeah, maybe I'm not that slow of a reader than I thought.
Awesome.
How did you do, Mo?
I'm about just under halfway through.
Awesome. That's
I'm reading this one pretty quickly for some reason.
It's good.
Nice, yeah. I've only got, this is my third book this month, so.
Nice.
We have more people finished books during the last sprint. Riley finished Fahrenheit 451. I loved Fahrenheit. That was my kind of thing. Enjoyed that one. I hope, Riley, you enjoyed it too. And Jen is finished and exhausted, and she left. And Christina finished her paper. So yay for people finishing things. That's like the perfect way to finish the weekend, finish the week, and get a fresh start into the new week, right? I mean, that's what I'm doing these sprints on a Sunday evening for, to just finish
Did
stuff.
you finish your speeches?
I have, and I did enjoy it. I did, and I do think that we need to talk a little bit spoilery about it. So that's why I'm hesitating to talk about it a little bit. I don't think that it's going to be a 5-star for me. I really want to hear why you love it that much, because I think I might overlook some aspects, or I want to understand what the aspects really are. I did enjoy it. I think that the action scenes for me didn't always work out perfectly because potentially I wasn't able to follow them in my mind as well. I think that they would be amazing in a movie. But especially in the beginning, I had a really hard time getting into the book in the beginning because we start off with like 50, 60 pages of action scene where you don't know the characters yet, and they're all like jumping all across a heist, and you're like, who is what? And then I loved the premise of having drag queens being like this heist crew and everything, and it got a lot more thrillery than I thought, a lot more like another layer of a criminal thriller aspect that I didn't expect. I really enjoyed some of the bits and pieces of the background of the people, talking about the characters and what made them who they are today. But I did feel like the drag part didn't completely feel real. It felt like a little bit more of it didn't feel like 100% part of their life. It felt like also a little bit as a costume, and I'm not sure how that sits with me.
Well, as from Clint's point of view, because Clint is actually a drag queen.
Mhm.
And he says that the representation in that book is very, very, like, of the drag families and all of that. He said it's very spot on. And he said that they did a really, really good job representing the drag community. Though I'm
That's
pretty
really
sure the author does drag too. I know he does, like, he actually will do like, he does these pictures on his Instagram of the different characters in the book, and he'll do himself up in drag as those characters. And every time he posts one of those pictures, I'm like, you really need to teach me how to do makeup. So good at
Yeah,
it.
I get that. I totally get that. I felt the family aspect 100%. Like, that came through a lot. So I absolutely felt these people are my family, and we're here for you like a family. And that means a kick in the ass if you need one, but that also means unconditional love and just being there for each other. And if you tell me to be there, like, you need somebody now, I'm gonna be there. And it just felt like this family aspect completely came through. And there were a few bits and pieces where I was close to tears because of some of the background stories, but for some reason it just didn't feel like 100%. Anyways, not to go too much into like spoiling the book for other people. The book Dreamer's Alley also read another 22 pages. Yeah, you made a lot of progress today. But I think that we're going to be finishing it at this point for today. So thank you guys for joining me on this lovely Sunday for over 5 hours of reading fun. It was a little bit longer than I expected and I was scheduled for, but well, I had a book to finish, so.
And thank you for inviting me for this last little bit.
Thank you for coming along. Yeah, I know you were waiting for me to finish this one like really bad. All right, so yeah, please make sure that you subscribe to all the lovely people. I don't have Melanie's details in the description box yet, but I will add them in there later. But Sunny's and those are, yeah. And I am going to be back next Sunday the same time. So with Melly. So we'll see you then. And now for the awkward waving into the camera for an eternity until the broadcast ends.
Bye, guys.
Bye.